Evening all. How are we all doing? Don't worry, CSI, you are forgiven. We seem to have a very attentive cat this evening. This is Acorn, one of the 3 kittens we acquired recently. Yes, happy Sunday. Another week done and dusted. So tonight we're going to be looking at more of the website stuff. Specifically, I want to have a look at having ships with a matching org ID showing on the map. So I'm going to just experiment with that and see how that goes. And in the future we'll make that a proper feature, so that you can form player organizations and see each other's ships on the map in the game. Literally just a map thing, you won't be able to interact with them or see them or anything like that, but at least from a roleplay perspective you'll see them on the map. See whether she lets me get any work done. Right. Should we start the stream now? Do you think we can do that? Can we do that? You sure? She's the reason, by the way, that I've got like spots on my face at the moment, because she just keeps attacking my face and rubbing herself all over it, and I can't stop her. She's too strong for me. Right, come on, you need to get down. Let's pop you over here. Okay. Yeah, don't tempt me. And she's back. Yeah, she's very demanding. I mean, I've had a few cats over my life, and we have 4 at the moment, including an elderly one, who is on his way, funnily enough, because he has recently had a bladder infection. Right, okay, we got like a cat problem now. We've just replaced one with another one. So many cats. Fortunately, he drives away the kittens because he's old and miserable. This is why I close my office door when I'm streaming. Right, let's have a start by looking at the things I've done over the past couple of days. So on our fleet registry, we now have a tracker here for systems fully surveyed. So I've done the back end stuff for it. I just need to do the actual tracking and submitting in the game. So every time you do a short range scan of a planet, it will check to see whether or not that system has become fully surveyed. And if it has, then that will add that to the website and basically track that that's one more system that you have fully surveyed. So we'll track that, and I've put that at the top because it's kind of like the most important thing in the game at the moment. I can't remember whether I did this before Friday or not, but so we're now tracking furthest distance from Earth, total distance traveled, and I put in a flag in case debug commands are used. So debug commands like the ship teleport are now limited to staff accounts, and you have to be logged in to the website in order to use them, so we can kind of gate that. So if I were to use a debug command like teleport the ship on my ship here, then it would stop showing up in the list. So we just needed to make sure that if any sort of cheat commands are used, then those vessels are immediately discounted from any of the league tables. It's worth noting that this will be wiped periodically. So as we add new features, and certainly before we go live for early access, we will purge the database of all the data. So everyone will start fresh when we go to early access. So just bear that in mind. You know, if you're putting a lot of effort into doing stuff, it is going to get wiped at some point. I also added the beginnings of the galaxy map. So what will be on this page is we'll do a heat map for basically where players have been exploring. We'll have to see over time how heavy that gets in terms of data, but we're splitting it up into 100 light year cubes. So we're doing it sector by sector. So every time a player visits a sector of space, then one of these squares on here will update to reflect that a player has been there. And obviously the more players visit that sector, the hotter that square will get on the heat map. It's 1,000 by 1,000, so it's 1,000 by 1,000 sectors, which is 100,000 light years. And in terms of how quickly the data is going to mount up, it takes about 21 minutes to fly from one sector to the next. So the data is only ever going to be updated at most once per 21 minutes per player. And obviously there's only so much you can do in that time. So hopefully it won't fill up with data too quickly. But there's a table in the background that tracks unique visits per player ship. So if one player has multiple vessels, it will count once per vessel. But I think that's an okay caveat. We can accept that. But we should start to see a pattern on here of where players are choosing to explore. And I imagine there's going to be like a thick line towards Sag A, and then just like tendrils leading off when people are exploring the galactic arms. But yeah, that should be interesting to watch over time to see how that grows. And then underneath, what we'll do is we'll have every time you do a short range scan of a home world of an alien species, so not one of the worlds they occupy, but their actual home world, then we'll add that to the list here to say species name so-and-so has been discovered by so-and-so. We'll put the name of the ship that we made first contact with that race. When we implement diplomacy properly within the game, then we'll purge that list and wipe the data, because that will then become the first vessel to make successful first contact in terms of the diplomacy, will be the one that shows up on here. And then we'll slowly build up a list of alien homeworlds that have been discovered and where they are in the galaxy. So it's a bit of a spoiler if you want to discover aliens for yourself, but they'll be on here being catalogued. So if you don't want a spoiler, then don't look at this page. Yes, just once, Delta. I haven't added it yet, but when we do the map tracking on here, that will be as of it goes live. So if you happen to be over here somewhere already, then your trail will start over here, not from Sol. But on this page, the systems fully surveyed is going to use your local exploration save file. So every time it updates the website, it will check that file and work out how many systems you have fully explored. So this one will be retroactive. So if you've already explored, say, a dozen systems, then they will be counted on the next dev build when it goes out. Which might be tonight, to be honest, because I haven't done anything major or broke anything, so we should be able to pop another build out. I think that was it. I've just tidied up the layout a bit, so I've put that all on one line. I've moved that over there, just tidied it up. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah, so the next thing we need to do then is get this counted in game so that we can start tracking that properly. I also want to change how this is being tracked, because right now we're writing this to a game instance and tracking it from there when we need not do so. So I just needed to fix that. Oops. Let's get the right subsystem. To make sure I get the right telemetry update. So yes, I'm going to remove it from there. Yeah, so you know what? I don't think I did a build. Hang on, let's come out this a minute. Yes, Anasi. The galaxy map will be 3D in the future, but for now I'm just making it 2D because I haven't got time to work on what would have to be an OpenGL render. Or maybe something with HTML5, but I shall have to have a look. That was what I was looking for. Okay, so we've got sectors visited, and then systems surveyed. So what we're going to do here is, in order to build that heat map, we're going to basically give it an array of sectors that have been visited by that particular ship. And then on the SQL database on the back end, there's basically a table that tracks sectors per vessel ID. And then we'll simply go pixel by pixel, trawl through that list and work out how bright that pixel should be based on how many unique vessel IDs are referencing that particular pixel. And to keep it lightweight and performant, we're not doing the entire 1 million pixel grid. We're just doing it for sectors that have been visited. So if you're the first player to visit a particular sector, then that sector gets added to the database table because you have been there, and the same for other players. So the database will grow as more sectors are visited, but hopefully that'll keep it relatively small and focused. And this one, we're literally just saying yes, that vessel has used the debug command. And I don't actually think I was tracking that as part of the part of the stuff we load here on ship state? No, I didn't. Okay, so what I'll do then, I'll change that because I've removed it from there because we don't want that anymore. But what we do want to do is get this ID here. So in fact we need all of that. So rather than having to load the save game in order to find the actual ID for the ship, we kind of need to store that in our live data so that we can access it without having to load the save game again. So I shall start tracking that, but for now we can just pop it on here. Ooh, a wild Claire has arrived.
Aloha. Do you have a car?
Do I have a car?
Garfield.
And he was here just now. He was on my desk.
Okay. Just trying to check when his next thing is. I missed the 6 o'clock.
Ew. Yeah, Claire needs to give the cat his meds. He's on like 6 different medications. And it was funny because he was high as a kite yesterday. And I've never seen a stoned cat before. It was quite funny. He was just rolling around all over the place, and it was more affectionate than I've ever seen him in his life. Like when they go on catnip, but like 10 times worse. Right, that's better. So that should flag on the website whenever a particular ship has a debug command used on it to remove it from the league tables and all that, just to keep it fair, so people can't cheat. I will again condense this so that this ID is stored somewhere sensible, so we don't have to actually load it from disk each time. But that'll do for now as a placeholder. And then it's usually the case that will probably stay a placeholder for 6 months before I get around to changing it. Right, and the other thing we wanted to do was sort out the scans. You got them? Yeah, okay.
Bye.
Claire says bye, not sure if you heard. She's now searching the streets for a cat in her pajamas, so feel free to picture that image. And don't forget to include the slippers. Okay, Illusion, thank you. I will I shall double check and see what's going on with that. Because it was updating previously, so something's obviously gone amiss with it. Yeah, the Caravella won't load. We'll fix that on tonight's stream as well, get that up and running. Right, so we want our bridge systems and sensors. Where is it? There it is. Let's just get rid of all these tabs so I know where I am. Right, so when we do a scan here, So it's the short range one specifically that we're interested in. Okay, and then we're updating our data. That one. So it's a bit spaghetti-ish. But ultimately, what we're doing is we're taking the ID of each item, and we're making it knowledge level 3 to indicate that it has had a short-range scan. Now, in order for us to track systems that have been fully explored, every possible object needs to be scanned to knowledge level 3. But that does mean for every single system that you have visited, we'd have to loop through the array of planets for every single one to work out whether or not they've been scanned to knowledge level 3. So to make that easier and more lightweight, I'm going to add on the parent struct, I'm going to add a boolean there to see whether it's been fully scanned or not, and then we can set that at this point. So when we do a scan, we can then work out, was this the last object in the system? And at which point we can then set that to true. So we need to not change that one. We need that one. Just want to browse to type. Let me browse to type. Can I not do that from here? All right. I'll find it manually. Okay, so I don't think we need this explorable bodies anymore, because we can just get the length of this array instead. So I'll replace that with fully explored. Make that a boolean. I'm keen to keep this particular struct as small and as compact as possible, because every single star system you do any kind of survey in gets added to an array, which contains the coordinates of the system and all of its planets in terms of whether or not they have been explored. I don't have any example arrays there, but each one of those child structs is also very, very lightweight. Yeah, so it's just the ID, the local coords, and the knowledge level. I'm moving away from using the ID and focusing on using the coordinates instead, because that's more readily available throughout the game systems than the ID is. So it's just much more convenient to use the location of the planet to identify it rather than a seed, essentially. But before I go ahead and delete that, I just need to make sure that I've transitioned over to this everywhere that is needed. Yes, moons will need scanning at some point in the future. Obviously, right now they're not scannable because we haven't done the data structure for them properly yet. So they will be counted towards bodies within a system. Essentially, any celestial object, I guess, that is capable of hydrostatic equilibrium needs to be a scannable object within the system. some gas giants are going to have hundreds of moons, so we don't want to have to scan every tiny little rock that's in orbit around a star or gas giant. So we need to pick a point that is worthwhile and worth scanning. So I think that point in which an object becomes spherical under its own gravity is probably a decent line in the sand, which is a radius of around about 400 kilometers. So if it's any object that's 800 kilometers or wider, then we'll consider that a target that needs scanning for 100% exploration, so that you're not having to trawl around and find every tiny little boulder in the system. And yes, there will be comets. To be honest, comets are possible now. We just need to build a decent looking comet tail for them, and then we can add them to the game. Okay. Right, so all of these blueprints have flagged that they need saving because I went ahead and edited this struct. So I'm going to try not to save them unless I compile them. So like here, this is where we would be giving it the number of objects which we no longer want to do. So we can forget that. But there's going to be a few instances where we're trying to read or write to that value that we just removed. And then yeah, like here okay, yeah, we are adding local chords. So I remember going through and adding both of these in parallel so that either of them should be valid, but I do need to phase out the seed one and just stick with the coordinates. But I shall hold off until after the demo update, because I'm sure that will probably break something, as is often the case. Just making sure I get the right pin here. So we're adding to that, which is our explored bodies. Okay, so if you've already got this system, then we'll go through, look for a matching entry, and then we'll set that to 3 if there's a match. If we've not been to that system before, then we have to create that entry. Yeah, and then make sure that that's matching, and if so, we set that to 3. And in both instances, we're referring to that. Okay. So I'm just working out whereabouts would be the most useful place to work out whether or not this system has actually been fully explored, and then if so, flag that on here. The way it works, Kaji, is it uses the breadcrumb trail to determine how far the ship has flown. So if you are zipping around a star system, then the breadcrumb trail is not updated, because the last galactic coordinates is still the system that you're in as you're flying around that 1 light year cube. If you stop the vessel outside of that 1 light year cube, then obviously your galactic coordinates are different, and therefore it will update the breadcrumb trail. To work out how far you've been in total, it goes through the breadcrumb trail and then adds up the distances between each entry in the breadcrumb trail, and that basically works out, how far you've been in total. So yeah, so zipping around a system won't increase the number at all. And as with a few things, as AJ says, when the FTL is disengaged, that's the point in which we assess everything and update the website. We don't want to do it on tick, so we don't want to update the website continuously, because obviously the more players we have, the worse that's going to get, and we'll end up with throughput issues, and we'll end up with we're hitting usage limits on the database and such. But if we do it every time the ship stops, then that's happening a lot more infrequently. And stopping the ship is a good point anyway to stop and take stock. So that's the point we've chosen for those updates. No, it wouldn't. I mean, you could tool around a single star system for ages and not rack up a single light year. Yeah, exactly. I really should simplify this. I've tried to simplify it by annotating everything, but I still get confused every time I look at it. Okay, so that's definitely our matched location. Right, so that's building up our array of planets. Now once that's done, we build our explored location struct, and then we add that to our list of explored locations. Whereas here, we're simply updating the existing one. Okay, so we don't have a direct reference to this from here, unless we set that as like a working target. Okay, yeah, because we're just grabbing that index there then. So if we were to make this like a working temporary variable, which we can assign here. Or if we're making a new entry, we would be assigning that. Oh, hang on, that is it. Oh, okay, so yes, so that is a reference to the active in progress exploration data. So this is the reference we need to work with. So we actually already do have that. I needed to make sure that if we start acting on this, then we're covered in both instances where we're adding new data or updating existing data. But this is set regardless, depending on which of those two it does. So that is our ground truth that we can work with. So we need, maybe before we set this, hang on, just needing to double check this again. Yeah, so we're doing a set members there. So we are updating an entry in this array via its index. Okay, and then we're storing that entry here in this temporary array, temporary wildcard rather. But I guess we also need to set this fully explored boolean after we've set that. So it's probably easier. I don't want to have to loop the entire array again, but I guess we've got an index there. Because we already know, we know the index for the existing one, and then we know the index for the new one. And I'm assuming that's, yeah, the index of the new item. So that being the case, what we can do then, I guess we do need to set it first, because otherwise, because this won't have updated, although it might have done. Yeah, it might have done actually. Okay, now ignore me. Right, so then if we get a reference to this, and if we're on the updated it already track, if we then get a copy, or even better, we'll get a copy of that index. So we've gone ahead and updated it. And then we'll just grab the updated version of it. And then similarly from here, we will get whatever index we just added. And then with both of these, we need to do we need to break that so that we've got access to our system bodies. And then the same here. The reason I can't do this kind of in a unified way is because the array index for adding to the array would be different from the array index if we're just updating the existing entry. Now I suppose I could unify. No, I can't. No, I can't. I have to do it separately. No, it's fine. I'll do it separately anyway because it makes life a bit easier. So for each of these, we want to grab that. And all we want to know is knowledge level lower than 3. If it is, we can break the array and continue as before. However, if none of them are lower than 3, then we know. Oh, what happened there? If none of them are lower than 3, then we know that that system has been fully explored, and therefore we can update the entry there to fully explored. So if we do a local boolean, which we can't do because we're in a collapsed graph, so we'll do it from there. System fully explored. Actually, it might be easier to do this the other way. So I'll do greater than or equal to 3. Because I can then just set that to true. To borrow our sign as well. It's annoying when it does that. Normally you can just tick the value there, but if you copy the node, then you lose the ability to do that unless you create this in a macro first and copy it from the macro with it already ticked, in which case it should allow it, but that'll do as a workaround. Yeah, see, now I can do it. What if I do that and that and then get rid of that? Yeah, there we go. In what regard, Illusion? I'm not quite sure what you're on about there. If it's something I'm not using, I probably don't know to be using it. Let's just change this text so that I don't get confused. Greater than knowledge level 3. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, no, I am doing that. So here, see, this one's getting a reference because I'm setting members in it. If I'm just checking values, then I'll use get a copy. So this one's get copy, that one's get ref, because I'm not changing anything yet. So I will get a reference to it when I go ahead and update the Boolean. Okay, so basically if any of the planets in the system are not greater than or equal to knowledge level 3, then we early out from the loop, and this will remain false because we set that to false first. If none of them are less than 3, then that remains true. Although actually I've just noticed a flaw in my plan in that that is exactly not what we want. So because the first one could be true, and of course we skip it, and then the next one could be false, and that breaks the logic. So we want to do it the other way around. So I was right the first time. So if any of them are less than 3, yeah, and we'll do it that way around instead, because we can early out from the loop and treat our true as our failure state. So as soon as we find one that's out of bounds, essentially, then we abandon the attempt and move on, which doesn't work the other way around. And then if none of them are less than 3, then that remains the case. Okay, so if that's true, then we'll just go ahead and do what we were doing before, which in this case was also that. Although interestingly, our location knowledge is only being output if we've got a matching one, not with a new one. So that's probably wrong in the first place. So that actually needs to reflect those. I'll look at the output in a second, see what we're actually doing with it first. Right, so if we don't have anything that's less than knowledge level 3, then at this point we do want to get a reference to that. And then we want to set members in there, and we're flagging that as true, and then I suppose we can just do that. Greetings, welcome to the stream. Always good to have you on board. I'm kind of digging myself into a hole with this because what I really need to be doing is, once we've either updated the existing data or created the new data, we kind of need to merge at that point, so we're not constantly basically running in parallel with ourselves. But because this has a different array element to that, it makes it awkward. But what we could do is we're assigning that to the output. So yeah, so in both instances we are passing the data, but that data exists before the point where we're checking and adding to the fully explored boolean. So it's probably, even though it means looping the data again, it probably would be easier to match based on coordinates Yeah, using this one. Rather than doing this. So what we can do, we won't get the reference from there or do any of that. What we'll do instead, which is slightly heavier because it will incur an additional loop of the array, but ultimately will make our lives a lot easier. So we're setting an existing value there, or we're adding a new one there. So in both cases, we now have a copy of that variable on both times with our new data in it. But because both of these have created a different array element ID, we need to find a reference to the one that we're actually working with, which is this up here. So if we bring that down there, then we can drag that across here a minute. Okay, so both that and that can then merge and start working in unison. Let's pop that up there out of the way. Right, so we've got a unified track now. So what we want to do is we want to work out whether or not those coordinates equal those coordinates. Which means we need that. Actually, we do a local vector instead, which we don't have, so I'm going to have to go into a macro and make one. Okay, thank you, random macro. Actually, no, it wasn't. I don't want a vector, do I? I want the array index, so we need a local integer instead. Local integer assign. No, it's the wrong assign. There we go. That's what we wanted. Okay, so that needs to be for each with break. Right, that makes more sense. So if that is equal to that, if that is true, then we will assign that to there, and then we break our loop. Okay, and then just need to get a copy of that. And then break that. Right, and then we're back to here again. So that goes into there. Okay, so what we're doing is, and this is as much for my benefit, because it helps me get my head around it if I talk about it. Update the existing data there, or we're adding new data there. In both instances, we're updating that same array. Different indexes, but we can find whatever index we're looking for simply by comparing the stored coordinates versus our working coordinates. We find a match, we assign our array element via integer. We now know which one we're working with, so we can grab a reference to that. Grab a reference to that. And then it's the same as before, basically, where we loop through our stellar objects. If any of them are less than explosion level 3, then we know that that system is not fully explored, in which case we just continue and we output that. And we happen to know that we're outputting that particular data because we've now identified the working data there. Yeah, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether we get a match or not, because we still need to ultimately set that variable with itself, so that the rep notify fires in multiplayer, and then we can pass on our location knowledge to the next system down the chain, because we know that we have successfully identified the right one from the array based on our matching coordinates. So we don't need that. Right, now all of this needs organizing and annotating and properly commenting. Certainly more so than it is, but I shall leave that for a later date because that would be boring. I'm sure this is already tedious enough without me going through and doing that. Right, so the purpose of all of that is to tick one tick box, basically, which is that. Oh, didn't hook up that. So, yes, of course, we need to tell it which structure we're updating. Okay, and it's fine just to do that because that's a reference, so it should update the live value. Yeah. Just do that to clean that up a bit. Okay, so excessive amounts of spaghetti aside, that should be done. And of course, yes, we don't need to we don't need to set that anymore. So every reference to that is now no longer needed. So anywhere where we're doing that, we can ignore. That doesn't need to be referenced. Okay, and there's going to be a few locations again that have that problem. So we'll just go through, pick them off as we go. Yes, this is the matching soul system data, so yeah, we definitely need that ticked. Let's just load up our test map. And I imagine it's probably going to come up with a few errors when we hit begin play. Yeah, there we go. So we'll just open all the blueprints that have an error, and then we can fix them. Can't remember why I was doing this now. Well, that would probably do that. Actually, no, I'm going to ignore that for a minute because I can't remember why I was applying a different background color on those based on the number of explorable locations. There shouldn't be any relevancy to that. So here's an example of where we were using that integer. So basically we'll take the length of system bodies instead of just storing an integer, because it's one less thing to store and we can easily work it out from there. Can't remember why I'm timesing it by 3. I'm sure there was a reason for it. Yeah, the same here, so we'll just get the length of that instead of storing it. Oh, that's something I was trying to fix actually yesterday. So you may notice with the debug text up here. So when loading this game, we are at warp. Our throttle is set to 1, which is 100%, and autopilot is disabled. And yet, on the helm, we've got some weirdness going on. So we are at FTL, but the throttle's set to 0, and you can't set it to anything else. And it looks like we're trying to disengage, which is weird. But that doesn't seem to happen in a packaged game. In a packaged game, that seems to be normal and working, so just keep an eye open for that. If you are at warp going somewhere when you quit, you should still be at the same speed when you go back in again. So yeah, just keep an eye on that. Yes, Anasi, definitely. Oh, that's something I changed actually. So you'll notice here, the target speed is now showing when it wasn't, and the speed of the ship is now in light years per hour. So if we just get rid of her a minute. So that is actually the live reactor draw, which is in volts, and it's definitely too low at the moment. But as we go down here, you can see that it will show light years per hour when you exceed 1 light years per hour. There you go. So we're now going 1 light year per hour, around about 57%. And if we go down below that, you can see that it then registers it in C. Yeah, so as soon as it goes to above 1 light year per hour, it just states that. I think that's easier to kind of compute in your head than like 2.5 million C. Yeah, so it will show C up until the point where that's kind of a meaninglessly large number. Obviously, we want to be able to work out what 1C is as well, and I think it was around about 5%, if I recall. No, it wasn't that. Ah, there we go. Yeah, 23%. That is now the speed of light, which is hilariously slow if you're flying away from like a star or something. I don't think we've got anything in nearby. Where are we? Oh, nowhere near Earth. But yeah, so we have a dual. Yeah, still is thrusters, so that's good. Let me just show you something a minute. Apologize for blinding everyone. So this is the math that we're doing for working out the FTL speed at the moment. And in order to have the throttle go from 0 to 1 in a smooth curve, what we're doing is we're taking the throttle value and we're raising it to the power 10. So we're taking the reactor output and then timesing it by the throttle to the power 10. We then work out how many kilometers we're. I guess that's not really a relevant value, but what that results in is this. So each volt of electricity equals 7,500 kilometers per second of speed, which is a ludicrous conversion. And that's a tiny amount of power for the amount of speed we're getting from it. so I need to kind of rejig this a little bit and have a baseline cost for being at FTL in the beginning in the first place, and then additional power on top of that is what gives you the additional speed. So once we have the sublight engines working properly, then we'll have a minimum FTL speed with a minimum voltage requirement, so that we don't have this crazy kilometers per volt thing. Because if you could achieve 7,500 kilometers per second from 1 volt of electricity, then that's like the most efficient engine ever theorized. The autopilot works at 30 FPS, so we're doing 30 ticks per second. I'll probably up that to 60 once we've kind of optimized the Galaxy Gen a little bit more, so that things in space move more slowly. So all the planets and everything are moving at 30 FPS currently. So all that said and done, if your throttle is at 100%, then you're moving at 2.5 million times the speed of light, which is 285.39 light years per hour. Now the key thing here is that time to travel 4 light years, which is the average distance between stars in the Milky Way, I wanted that to be exactly 1 minute. Basically, that was our baseline speed, and that's actually slightly slower. So 239 light years per hour gives you 60 seconds between each star. So what we'll probably do is we'll have this be the stock baseline speed for the Magellan on a fresh game, and then as you explore and you find upgrades, then we'll slowly increase that up to 300 light years per hour, which is around about, I think, like 260, 261, 262 almost. Yeah, 263. So that reduces your time between stars down to 48 seconds. So we'll play with these numbers, and we'll see just how much upgrades will increase this speed. But yeah, I think the baseline speed, we'll stick it at 239. We've always said that the ship moves at 300 light years per hour, but no, it's actually not. It's 285 to be absolutely precise. The other thing, which is an important value to keep an eye on, is how many seconds per light year, because that's when one of our heaviest actions happens. So every 1 light year, we reorder all of the generated stars by distance to the ship in the array, so that when we're pulling from that array, we're always pulling in order of distance to the ship. So every time you cross the boundary into the next subsector, i.e. the next 1 light year cube, we need to perform that array sort. And when there's like 3,000 to 5,000 rows in the array, that can cause some hitching. Even though it's on an async thread, it still causes a bit of hitching. So the faster we move the ship, obviously the more often that has to happen, and this is kind of the determining factor. So I don't think we'd want that to happen probably any more than every 10 seconds. So how fast can we theoretically go? That's 10, still 10, 9, so 330, 340. Okay, so let's say 376 light years per hour, which is then one light year every 10 seconds. That's probably the fastest we'd ever want to move the ship before it's doing that array sort far too often and causing far too many issues. So that's kind of how we decide how fast the ship should be able to move in the galaxy, based on what the CPU is doing in the background. Because if we're moving too quickly, then we're having to generate stuff too quickly and it starts chugging the CPU. But I just thought you'd like to see that, just from an out of interest thing. There, you can have your retinas back now. Right, so if we just go to a random planet, like that one. Let's just send us over there. I might make this breadcrumb trail a little bit thinner as well. I think it might be a little bit on the chunky side. Yeah, the issue with going with parsecs is that the entire galaxy gen it is structured around the galaxy having a 1 light year resolution. So we'd literally have to like rebuild the whole galaxy, basically. So I'll do a short range scan, and we need to make sure that this properly updates, more specifically that one updates to 100%. Okay, let's give that a scan. So, still working, not broken. Okay, so if we stay in this system then what we want to do is every time we determine that where is it? That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one as well. There, that one. So every time we do this, this is the time when we should update the website to basically calculate how many systems you have fully explored, which is driven directly by doing a scan, a short-range scan, specifically a short-range scan. So if we now move that out of the way a bit, we get our Starship subsystem. I need to rename that to Starship, actually. Right, so we need to submit explore to update. What do I call it now? Update that one. So that's basically what we're going to do now. Is we're going to basically update how many systems we've surveyed. Now to do that, that is another array loopage. This exploration data has a lot of churning. Yeah, so I guess we'll use the same reference there. So, oh, no, not that one. Tell a lie, that one. Ooh, no, actually, what we'll do, we'll flag another boolean here. Yeah. And we'll call that one update website. We'll just assign that. Of course, you can't assign it. We've got to borrow one. Okay, so we're just we're going to track whether or not we need to update the website. May as well move that up there out of the way. Okay, so we can just do our action here. So if update the website is false, then we'll just do our output as before. However, if it's true, then we need to do a for each loop on that one. And this time we're not going to do it with a break because we want to loop the whole thing. And again, this could get heavy because this is basically every system you've ever explored. And then we want basically to output our systems surveyed. So I guess we need a local integer. It always makes blueprints a lot more spaghettified if you're using like temporary variables like this, because you can't reference it without drawing a line to it, because it's not a named variable. I could have done this as a function and actually have some local variables, but I didn't. Right, so we need to assign that by taking that value, and we're going to add 1 to that if fully explored it's true. So quite simply, that plus 1, just like that. And then we'll just pop that value into there. And then do the output that we were going to do anyway. So a bit like here, we're doing a bit of a side quest, and again here, if we're going to update the website, we do a bit of a side quest before ultimately doing the output that we were going to do anyway. So we do need our vessel ID, and again, that needs to come from our save game, which is this. And again, I need to I need to put this somewhere more sensible so that we actually have our actual local game saved. Do I do that now? I mean, I'd have to do it on game state, I suppose. I'll leave it for now, because there can be other consequences of that. So, for now, I shall just make this even worse. Pop that in there. Do that. And then we have our vessel ID. So it's an unpleasant amount of spaghetti, but it does get the job done. So all we're doing is we're looping all of our exploration data. We're adding 1 to this temporary integer if we've fully explored that system, at which point we simply report that number to the website, which will update the ship profile on the website. So now that we've done this, if we grab our test vessel, so this one should be live. Oh yes, we need to make sure that updates too. We'll tackle that on stream as well, perhaps, if we get the chance to. Yes, so if we fully explore this system, then we should see the website update. So if I just do some ship-wide orders, explore current system, so the NPC crew will now dutifully go off and do that. And we're just going to have to just leave them to it for a minute, because I have no way. Oh, there's the lid. No way of speeding that up. The average distance between stars in the center of the galaxy is ridiculous. It's like a couple of star systems per light year. It's mad. Yeah, so as Firstus just said, 1,000 to 3,000 AU apart per star system. They are very, 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 very close together. We can't model them that close together in the game, because it would mean that that central sector that holds the Saj area would have to be like 10 to 15,000 stars just in that area, which is madness. And we currently cap per sector at 8,000 stars for performance reasons. So we can't go quite that dense. Not yet, anyway. Not until we have, greatly improved sorting algorithms. When exploring a star system, what the NPC does is it will look for the closest planet to their current location. So rather than working from the inside of the system out, they do go planet by planet, prioritizing what's closest to them. Because if you were to work inside out, then certainly in the outer system, the two closest planets in terms of their orbit could be on completely opposite sides of the star system. So you're bouncing back and forth across the system. Whereas if you take the closest planet to you, it might not necessarily be the next one in the orbital sequence, but it's a lot closer than other planets would be. Yeah, the galaxy is a big place. We don't know how many stars there are in the real Milky Way. It's something in the region of 100 to 400 million billion star systems. No, other way around. No, 100 to 400 billion star systems. Not million billion, that would be way too many. But yeah, we have no idea how many star systems are in the game. Because we are using a 2D grayscale density map to define stars per sector in terms of their number, we can scale that based on that grayscale map. So obviously it goes from 0 to 1 per pixel. So if we define what 1 represents, and currently that's 8,000. So a midway pixel somewhere in the grey region would be around about 4,000 stars, and then solid white pixel in the middle of the galaxy would be about 8,000 stars. So that's all we know in terms of how many stars there are. So yeah, there's at least 100 billion, probably a lot more. Yeah, and then we've got globular clusters as well. Globular clusters are kind of as dense as the galactic core. Did I just see a really badly positioned moon? I don't know. No. For some reason I thought that was 2 moons on top of each other then. But I was about to freak out. How are we doing? Oh, getting there. So of course the next thing to do after tracking how many systems you have fully explored is the slightly more exciting stuff, which is successfully making first contact with an alien race. Now until we have diplomacy and comms and all that stuff, it will just be a case of the first person to scan their homeworld wins. But yeah, that should be an interesting one. Just seeing what's out there and what their distribution is. I guess we also need something that Anasi mentioned earlier, is the ability to show the extent of the territory of an alien species based on their tech level and where they are. So we need to actually draw that on the holo display. Now the awkward thing with that is we don't really know beforehand which systems are probably going to have life in them. So if it's an FTL species, we do know because we generate those before the rest of the stars in that sector, because we need to know where their ships are and things. So we can't use the kind of Drake equation thing to work out, did life form on that planet? If so, how advanced it is, all that sort of stuff. Because as soon as they have ships outside of their star system, we need to know who those ships belong to and where they came from, and we need to be able to see those before generating the star system data. So if it's a spacefaring species, they are generated in isolation before all the other stars are generated. If they are non-spacefaring species and have not been outside of their star system, then the presence of ever an alien race there is fully dependent on all of the math and all of the algorithms for generating life. So those are the exciting ones for me. Those are the interesting ones, because if you find intelligent life on the planet that doesn't actually have an FTL program going on, then you know that they're there because the math determined it to be so, and because the random rolls of the dice resulted in a planet that generated an intelligent species. And that's the whole Drake equation thing that I find exciting. So I can't wait to get that done so that we can see, what's being generated and where. We're not using the Drake equation, but we are having a crack at answering it. Yeah, when you start encountering other vessels in space, you won't know who they are or where they're from until you've spoken to them. So you'll need to be able to do the language thing, scan them, speak to them, and then work out what their race is. And then you won't necessarily know where they're from in terms of where their planet is unless they choose to tell you. They might share that information with you, in which case that will then be on your data. Yeah, I'll probably have it so that if the civilization is sufficiently advanced, then when you hail them, you can do an exchange of language databases, which means your ship's AI speaks to their ship's AI, and then you have the ability to speak to one another because you've got a translation program running. If you find an alien species that are kind of industrial level tech, that don't have the ability to share a language database via computers, then that's when you need the linguistics lab. That's when you need samples of their writing, samples of their media, so that you can do the science and unlock their language. But if you encounter another ship in space, then they'll be advanced enough that you can just connect your computers together and do a handshake that way. I think we're nearly done with this now. Yeah, we've talked about using AI before to handle NPC conversation and that sort of thing. And as I've said many times, our line in the sand is we need to have a local model that takes about a gig of VRAM. They do exist. That is installed locally within the game client and doesn't require anything outside of the game client. So we don't want something that has to speak to anything online. We don't want anything that requires a local server being installed. It has to be something which is running purely and only within the game client. So we're probably talking like a 1 billion parameter model, something like that. It doesn't need to do any complex math. It doesn't have to do any reasoning or logic. It just needs to be able to make an NPC speak. That's it. So something simple, lightweight, effective. And we would train it on our own data as well. So we'd make sure that it never spoke about things outside of the game universe. So it would only know about the game universe, and what's happening in the game. Yeah, I was looking at a model the other day. I think one of the Quen models. It was tiny, and it was reasonable at holding a conversation. It kept trying to be too helpful, and we don't want a model which is trying to be helpful and trying to solve problems for you, because that's not the point. The point is it's supposed to be role playing as an NPC. So we need a local model that is only good for that and nothing else. Yeah, so the LLM model that would be in the game client, again, would only be using data from the game. So there'd be things like, we would, as a header for every prompt, we'd make sure that the context included things like the name of the ship, whereabouts in the galaxy you are, what might be out of a given window, so that the model has access to basically all the pertinent information about your current situation on the ship. So that if you walk up to an NPC and ask a question, like, hey, what do you think of that planet out the window? It would say, I love the fact it's got massive rings, because you would have already preloaded that into the context that the planet has rings. So we'd let the model kind of freewheel a little bit with what it's saying, but we'd be giving it a lot of information in the background so that the model has things to work with. And again, if you said, what do you think about, insert political situation here, it would just say, I have no idea what you're talking about, because it wouldn't be trained on anything outside of the game. Yeah, funnily enough, I spoke to Claire about having chat bubbles. So one of the things that I will put in for the demo update, or tonight, depending on if we run out of things to do, is when, like in situations like now, the NPCs are obviously doing a job. They're flying the ship, they're scanning planets, but they're doing so in complete silence. They'll have voice lines, but we also want them to have text as well. So they can just type things in the text box, so it could come up there whilst they're doing stuff. But I also thought it would be quite cool if we had speech bubbles come up above their heads, as a toggleable thing, obviously. Not everyone's going to want that. But yeah, I thought that'd be quite nice to see speech bubbles. But at the very least, we can have them use the text chat box. So we've got 4 left to do. Yeah, I remember, what was it? It was either, I think World of Warcraft could do chat bubbles. I'm sure I saw that at one point. But more and more from what I was used to was Ultima Online. Wait, did that finally fall out? Finally fell off. That's been like wavering in there for days. Sorry, I'm easily distracted. Yeah, Ultima Online had little chat bubbles above characters when they spoke, and yeah, it was quite immersive. As much as it was just a chat bubble, it was almost as good as hearing them speak, because you could see who was saying what, rather than it just appearing in a list at the bottom of the screen. So I don't want to Alt-Tab and look at the website whilst it's doing stuff, because when you're in the editor, if you Alt-Tab, then it significantly reduces the frame rate, which causes issues. It never does that on a packaged game, but it does in the editor. So I will let them finish their job, and then we'll check the website. If it doesn't work, then I won't debug it on stream, because to debug it, I'm going to have it explore star systems over and over. And as you can see, there's that doesn't happen quickly. So what else? Oh, thank you, AJ. Yeah, so it shouldn't update until it has flagged the fact that the ship has fully explored a star system. So right now, this vessel, being a new save, hasn't explored anything yet. So this should be the first one. So unless I'm mistaken, this one should be the HMS Testy McTestface, and that should show one explored system once this has finished exploring. Which it's taking forever to do. Is this the last one? Yeah, this is the last one. So, so as soon as we've explored this particular icy body, the website should update. Yeah, to be fair, I could make the speed up and slow down instant. Oh, okay, Delta, thank you. Yeah, I need to set it going and figure out what the failure condition is. Because it's rechecking all the criteria once per second, so it must be failing some check repeatedly once per second. I need to put the packaged debug messages back in, and then we can see. In fact, I need to add a toggle for that, and then we can turn them back on again. Ooh, did it. Great, thank you, AJ. So if we look at the website then, as AJ has just reported. So there's Testy McTestface. In fact, if I refresh, then hopefully that will update. Hurrah! Oh, I need to rename that to System. Great. So, perfect. That worked flawlessly and better than I expected. So yeah, so I will put this build out then after the stream, and then in order for your existing saved data to count, it needs to have that flag set that we were setting here. So it only counts them if they have fully explored. So I guess you would have to fully explore at least one more system in order for it to update. But we need to set a helper function up to kind of backdate that information. What's the best place of doing that? I suppose on game state, to be honest. So let's get rid of this debug a minute, because that's no longer needed. That's no longer needed. So when we load in the exploration data here, what we can do is, between the build I put out later and the next build, we can have a little function in here where we update all of the values at the point where it loads the game. And then after this tonight's build, I can then just delete that helper function, because everyone should hopefully have updated by then. So if we do a for each loop on that, and then we'll just temporarily stick this up here, and that will backdate the data then. Okay, so essentially we are kind of recreating what we've done here. Yeah, so I will just copy all of that a minute. Save having to think about it twice. Yeah, so for each one of these existing systems, we need to do the same check. Is it less than knowledge level 3? Actually, that one. So if it's less than knowledge level 3, then that's not a fully explored system, in which case we do nothing. Okay. And if it is a fully explored system, then we need to set members in that. Okay, that should be enough. And then when that's done, we can then go back over there. So again, this is just a temporary fix to backdate the data, so that existing saves don't need to rescan stuff they've already scanned. So you'll have to make sure that you scan at least one more system between tonight's build and the next build, because I'll take this out again for the next build. So just making sure this is what we want. So look for all the planets. If any of them are less than 3, then we break the array. Do nothing, because we can ignore that one. If none of them are less than 3, then that remains false, in which case we can mark it fully explored. And then when it's gone through all of our exploration data, we simply go and carry on with the rest of the task. Yeah, okay, so let's just mark that in a temporary fix box. Because then I won't forget next time I look at it. Okay, well, I wasn't expecting that to work first time, to be perfectly honest, so that's good. And we can now move on to the next thing. So one of the things that I did is I've added the ability to get a list of ship locations for your matching org ID, which I thought would be fun to have as a little bit of a roleplay thing in the future, whereby you can see other vessels that are in the same organization as you. So if I see, I could just restrict it to UNSF as an initial test, but let's just try grabbing the data from the actual data, and then we'll see. Are we? Yeah, so we are setting. Does that have? Oh, it does have that. So in actual fact, I am setting that locally. Yeah, okay. That's good to know. I need to remember that I'm doing that, because I keep doing the long-winded way when I've got the data right there. Right, so we want the holo display for this. So I suppose we want to do this on guess the orrery as well as the long range as well as the GPS. Yeah, I guess it's all of them. Okay, well, let's start with the GPS first. That's a great quote, Festus. Love it. Ah, hey, Cole. Didn't see you slip in, and you're very welcome. Right. So we'll do this at the end. is it? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so this will do the fetch. I suppose what we want to do is work out how often we do this, because we don't want to do it too often, because that will cause all kinds of issues. Yeah, I think we will set it up as a looping timer. So yeah. I'll just stick it on an event for now, just as a test. So if we test with just UNSF for now, actually no, let's test with one that's really far away. Let's use AJ's, shall we? Being that he's now a crazy distance from Earth. I think AJ and Claire are having a race to see who can get furthest from Earth. Right, so if we do that once per minute, so that it's not like just completely spamming that, and at the same time we want to bind events on that one. Because this is an HTTP request, obviously we can't return directly from this function. So what we need to do is we make the request to the website, and then the API comes back with a response. But again, because it's HTTP, that response is not instant. So we need to wait for that response to come back via this. Received org ships. And all we want to do is just promote that to a variable. So every 60 seconds we request all the vessels from that organization prefix, and then they will get that basically as an array of all those ships. And then for each one of these, if we get one of them and then we break that, it gives us all the name details so that we can make ourselves a label, in addition to where that actually is in the world. So having done this, this is now going to update once per minute. Once per minute is probably, even that's probably too quick, because that's probably a bit overkill. But we'll see what that looks like in terms of like server load and such. Then on here, we can get our list of org vessels, and then for each, we can now place them on the map. and we'll do it by way of one of these. Make sure we grab a text reference. Just use this instead. Okay. So we need to do something similar to how we did the breadcrumb trail, where we were attaching things to other things. So in the GPS one, we didn't need to do the attachment side because the GPS map's not moving about, but we will need to attach on the long range and the orrery map. So we don't need to do a spline. I'm going to copy what we did there because I need the coordinate bit. Right, so we don't need to worry about a spline. Right, and then we're going to break that. So yeah, so we need our sector chords from the galactic position. So we don't need that. And then rather than add spline point, we want to do add static mesh component. And we'll use the same as we're using for the little ship indicator. So we'll take our tiny little Magellan and make sure we use the same scale so it's not literally life-sized. So pop that in there. Make sure that we scale it the same size so that it's all tiny. Yeah, I guess we do need to capture rotation actually. I'll go back and add that afterwards, but for now we'll just have it facing forwards. So we don't need to care about that. That's all spline stuff, yeah, so we don't need to care about any of that. So I suppose the other thing we can do is spawn a text render component as well, just to make a nice label. Right, so we need to add that to static meshes. Because every time we refresh the holo display, we have to go through and delete old references and old things that need to be redone on the display. So that just keeps track of what we need to destroy and recreate on refresh. Yeah, so we'll do the same there, except what we'll do is yeah, so add text render components. I just need to make sure that we reduce the height, or actually increase the height of it, so it renders above that mesh. I may as well again borrow the one we did for that one. So we want that font material. Yeah, and then we'll need to set these values up as well so that it renders properly. Just realised I copied the wrong one. That's more like it. Why can't I copy that one? Actually, it's display origin. Actually, no. I copy that. Paste it there. There we go. That's what we wanted. Right, I think all the rest of it's defaults, so that shouldn't be needed to be changed. And then we'll stick it 5 units above. So the X and the Y stay as they are. And we'll do that plus 5, just so that it's above the little ship indicator. And then we need our labels array, so that when we do rotate labels to the player camera, it knows that there's another label that needs to be rotated to the camera. Okay. So if we now set text then we shall do org prefix name, and then registry prefix oops, and then registry. Then we'll give it the org prefix, vessel name, registration prefix, and registration number. Okay, so that should actually, let's do that. Okay, and that's the workships. So we should see AJ ship on our holo display if all has gone to plan. Hey, MC Games. Sorry, CSI, I missed your question. No, it's because we don't know how long it's going to take for the website to respond. Because if the website is taking 10 to 15 seconds to respond back with something, we don't want that task sat there. So it's better to fire the request to the website and then forget about it. And then when that request comes back, then we'll deal with it. We do the same thing with the login, with submitting the ship data, with registering a new vessel. All of that is handled in the same way, where we make our request, and then at some point later, that request comes back. Oh, did that just spawn another vessel on top of us? It did. I think what's happened is it's spawned AJ's ship proxy right on top of us, hilariously. There's the details, so that's something. Whether it's in the right place or not, I don't know, because I don't know which direction he flew in. Right, so obviously the size is wrong, so let's fix that. Great. Okay, so it's in the right place on the map. That's good to know. It's just obviously not where it should be in terms of scale. We don't care about the local position for this because it is just the sector stuff on the holo display. Oh, that's why. That's why, because the scale's there. But we do actually also need to change the material, because this one's using that one. Do we have a custom? No, we do. So we'll update that as well. Right, so let's just replace all of the materials with this. So I actually need to make a proper little proxy ship rather than using the full scale one and scaling it down to be tiny. It's a massive waste of polygons. So yeah, we'll do that. I shall make a tiny version of the Magellan once it's finished. And to be honest, I'll make a tiny version of the Magellan that can serve as a desk ornament as well within the game, which would be kind of cool to have. Right, let's try again. Yeah, I don't see why not. So last time it appeared after a second or so. Let's just refresh the map. Oh, it's probably waiting 60 seconds before it appears. I'll increase that for testing purposes and make it do the initial request immediately. Yeah, there it is. Don't know why we can't see the little ship. I imagine that's probably a thing with the no, it's gone from my brain. The holo display cutoff is a cylinder, and I think the one we're using is a sphere. So of course the sphere comes around like that, so there's a chance that it's clipping the edge of it. I wonder why the text is not facing. Okay, so let's just make sure that we're all like zoomed in. So if we zoom in where we are, oh look, and then a ship appears. Interesting. Okay, so obviously we'll do some better labels for this, but yeah, we can definitely see it on there, which is good. Now I think the most common one was still UNSF. Yeah, it's a bunch of UNSFs there. Right, let's just try that. And also sort out why that's not rotating to face the camera. That is odd because we're definitely setting world rotation. Just going to have a look at this a minute and make sure there's nothing I've missed. I mean, it's not like it's static or anything. How very odd. So the same thing happens, or well, works when we're doing rendering of stars. Let's just grab those a minute. If I can find it. Rendered Ori map. Yeah, there. So we are generating text components there. I wonder if it's because I'm specifying rotation there specifically and it's sticking to it. Let's just replace that and see. Yes, I suppose so. I've not thought about avatars, but yeah, there's no reason why we can't have one. We'll have that as a website only thing though. So I'm trying to make it so that any kind of action that affects anything has to be processed from the game client. So creating an account, updating a ship, renaming your ship, anything that is touching the database in any way. The game client is kind of the ground truth for everything and the source of those actions. The only caveats to that is that if you were to, for example, delete your save game whilst not being connected to the internet, then although your local save will go away, the ship on the website wouldn't. So you'd have a ship stuck in limbo with no associated save game. So the ability to delete that ship from the website needs to be retained, so that can kind of be self-fixed. Similarly, if you want to delete your account entirely, you can do that from the website. So there's a few like account-based things that we'll leave on the website just for convenience sake. But yeah, so things like having an avatar image on there, then yeah, I guess that we'll have that on the website specifically. And then when it comes to the ships, we'll use the embedded built-in ship icons that we're already using in game. Yeah, I think that's all that's needed really. Yeah, but when it comes to, again, moderation, we're just going to rely on the report button. If someone sees something they don't like, then the report button will be there to sort that out. And then we can delete anything that is inappropriate. We'll also have it so that the bulk of the information that you see... Yeah, well, let me go to the website and show you. So the kind of information you see on the public pages, other than like the name of the ship or the account name, we're not showing a lot of stuff which has not been automatically generated. If we go onto the profile of someone's ship, the description of the vessel, and if it was a profile page, like the profile of that vessel, then that's something you specifically have to drill down into. So if it's something that exists on like a profile page and only on a profile page, then we don't need to moderate it quite as heavily, because that's something that you have to go looking for. We have the same policy on Discord as well. If it's something which is immediately in the public eye and it's offensive, then we'll ask it to be removed. If it's something that's on someone's personal profile that you have to specifically go and click on to look at, then as far as we're concerned, that's none of our business. But yes, so similar, that if it's like a bad image that's been put on their profile page, that's not something that's just going to show up randomly whilst people are browsing the website. So we're happy for anyone that does happen to come across a really bad image, we'll stick a report button down here, and then we can, us or one of the moderators can go in there and delete it immediately. And indeed, ban the account if it's a particularly horrible image. But we won't be like actively moderating. We will be relying on player reports for the most part, unless we happen to come across something ourselves, in which case we will deal with it as and when. Okay. Okay, so that that takes care of this basically. So if we get rid of that, pop that on there and that on there. Okay. So now this is essentially doing no different than the long range star labels are doing. So there should be no reason why these labels do not rotate to face the ship. And I'll also just get rid of that. I want to just keep the name for now. Okay, and then on here, so we'll skip that initial 60 seconds, unless there's like no. Yeah, so we'll skip the first one and check it immediately. So if we do UNSF, we should now see a bunch of labels, apart from where I just broke it. Oh, that can just go there. Don't need to worry about that. I think I shall make the scale of these ones a bit smaller. Oh, we don't want to do that. Yeah, and we can, Kaji. I'm sure that would be fine because we can do a bunch of transparent PNGs, basically in a layer. So things like floors and walls and things. It's easy enough just to overlay an RGB color on top of that. Yeah, I'm sure we can do that because we could just take a picture of a room that has all of the different elements visible in that picture, and then just do multiple slides of it in Photoshop. Delete the bits that are free for the not the layer that you're on, and then export them all as grayscale. Then we can just apply color on the website to a grayscale image. So we could basically do it. I don't think it would look exactly the same as it does in game, but it would be similar. Yeah. Oh, they did draw them all. Okay, so obviously everyone's still in the vicinity of Earth. Not sure why the labels are not rotating to face the camera though. That is a weird one. Yeah, or we could have a tool and you have to do every panel individually. So we have like a little spray can, and you want to change the color of the room. You literally have to go panel by panel by panel, coloring every single panel individually. And that actually would be easy to do, because each panel has got its own individual like health values and stuff. So applying an RGB color per panel would be quite simple to do. But saving all of that would be fun. Although at some point we're going to have to save the health values, so there's no reason why not. But yeah, we could actually do per panel painting. Okay, well, I'm baffled because what we're doing here is quite literally the same as we're doing for the star system map, and those rotate to face the camera perfectly fine. So that is a strange one. I shall dig into that as we go. Okay, so that having been done, let's do the same for the long range. Which I guess is the same place actually. So we've got those that we're rendering there. So same deal, I guess. So that is, just need to get the offset of that. So each each set of coordinates is offset by the radius divided by the range that we're setting. And that's in light years. So we need that to position our little ship indicator. And then we shall grab that. I think I just worked out why that didn't come up before, because we were doing 0.0003 by 0.003, so that has to be ones. That would have fixed the scaling issue on that. Okay. just try that a sec without the labels. It should give us a bunch of little ships. Well done, Dargo. Welcome to the crowd. Or welcome to the fleet, more accurately. Actually, how far away am I? Because, yeah, miles away. Definitely a fan of the breadcrumb trail. It's nice to see where you've been. Not seeing other ships though, which is mildly concerning. I guess they must be there, they're just not rendering. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's definitely not showing it. Right. Okay, let's leave it there and have a look at what we're doing on here. So it's definitely visible. That's a point. Make sure it doesn't have any collisions. Make sure it's not an occluder. Make sure it can't affect navigation. Okay, I'm just going to replace all the materials with a glowing white material. Just to be doubly sure. Hang on, what I'm going to do actually, I'm going to add it first, attach it, and then set the relative location, because it will have not attached to where the center point is, because it needs to attach where Sag A is basically. So then if we set relative location after having attached it, so we'll attach it to the origin point, which is this long range scene component. Now that is offset by 26,000 light years when you're at Earth. So by setting the position of this already offset by 26,000 light years, when you attach it, it moves it out of the way somewhere. So that should give us the ships we're looking for. Okay, yeah, so we've got lots and lots of giant starships all around us. Okay, so now we need to set the transform. So set relative transform. Give it its location and set that to the point however many threes we needed for that one. Okay, that should make them the size they need to be. Yeah, getting lost is part of the fun. Hello, hello. Oh, there's a ship that's not mine. Still doing that in the editor, but at least we're going at the right speed. Oh, yeah, here's a bunch more ships. Oh, of course. I set the render to not display over a certain distance, which means that it will skip drawing them. So blah 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 blah. Yeah, so I need to make sure that we do that here instead. So that's for the stuff that range is going to be a problem for, and that's for the stuff where it won't. That's better. weird. What's going on there? Something about them ships. I wonder if they're not actually nanite meshes, which is why it's flagging that. We've probably got like a bazillion polygons being rendered. Oh no, I think it's... So when you're in the editor, again, everything is so slow. Like just zooming the map in the editor is like painfully slow. No, it's an Unreal Editor thing. Like, if I package the game, it's like super speedy and doesn't hitch at all. But running it within an editor session, I guess because you've got the whole Unreal Editor running as well at the same time, it just it really chugs when it kind of has to do any data processing. That is their last registered location. So right now it's updating once every 60 seconds. So if you were to move one of those ships, then I wouldn't see that it's moved until 60 seconds later. And it's only the ones with a matching org ID. Oh, I haven't had it report direction yet. No data, I haven't put that into it. Oh, I'll look at that after the stream, Dongo. I did test the password reset, but I was testing it from the website. Are you doing it from the website or the game client? Yeah, try it from the website. You might have better luck from there. It might be the client that I haven't plumbed up properly. Yeah, so what you're seeing here with these little ships is basically anything on here with a matching organization prefix code. Because the idea is that if a group of players want to basically emulate a multiplayer session, as long as they all have the same prefix, then the game can show other vessels with that same prefix in the world. Obviously we'll make that a toggle so you can turn it off if you don't want it. At some point down the line we'll also add the ability to register your prefix for your player organization, and then only you and other players you give access to can use that prefix code. But for now it's just a case of if multiple people use the same prefix, then they'll be able to see each other's ships in the world. You can't do anything with them, you can't see them, they're literally just markers on the map. That's all right now. Really this is just a proof of concept, just to prove that it's possible, really. obviously I need to stop rendering them if they're beyond draw distance range. But yeah, that's nice. You can see where people are. So there's probably a whole bunch of them on top of each other around Sol, and then the others are dotted about the place. But yeah, we'll have it so that when you disengage FTL, it'll also capture the direction that you're facing as well, which will help obviously with the map rendering. Okay, so now that we are like decently in range of them, let's fix their material so that they don't render outside of the map. A random cat has appeared. You can't at the moment, Festus, but I suppose there's no reason why not. One of the things that we want to do is have it so that we've got like a little display here, like a little 2D display that we can update with information. So if you click something in the world, say that star, then you get some information on the holo display, along with controls for rotating, zooming and all that sort of thing, right here in front of you for the holo display, so that you don't need to go over here and use these controls. You can do it literally standing in front of it. Where did all the little ships go? I'm assuming that that material is not set to the right radius for the holo display, which is why we can't see them. Oh, we're not setting. Right, we're not setting the variables on there. Hang on, let's grab that one. Grab those. And oh, that actually already was set. That's interesting. So that should make that visible. Interesting. Okay, well, we will do it by way of updating it using that. Yeah, that should be compatible with the mesh. think it's time that we tidy that up a bit. Stop it. There we go. Yeah, I think any games that you started before the last build wouldn't have had Earth set as the initial breadcrumb trail point. Anything created after last night's build will have. There we go, that's better. I don't know why it would erase it. That's weird. Let's make sure that actually stops. So the render distance check is definitely working on the mesh now, because there are no ships drawing outside of the range here. So that's what we want to see. Yeah, sure. Hurrah, it's Earth. Right, okay, so if I highlight Alpha Centauri and we say go to command target, and we will see what happens. Yes, Earth will have a space dock, and that will be how you kind of hand in your mission. It shouldn't do delta, unless the spline messes with itself in some unforeseen way. Having two spline points at the same spot in space shouldn't affect it, though. Yeah, it looks alright. Exactly that, Melissa, yeah. So on the website, where we've got right now furthest distance from Earth, once we have the ability to go back and actually hand that mission in, that will be the furthest distance you've got and return back home to Earth. So there's no point just flying beyond the boundaries of the Milky Way. because you've still got to turn around and come back to Earth to say, you know, that's how far you've been. So we'll track the return journey as well. A lot of the stuff that you do in the game will wait for you to get back home to Earth before it's applied, because that's the idea of these missions, that you leave Earth, you go away on a mission of exploration, and then you come back to hand in your mission and save your findings. And that's also going to be a save point as well, like a restore point. So as much as the game kind of saves roughly every 10 seconds, so it's constantly saving as you go, the restore point is the last time you went back to Earth. So if you go out and your ship is destroyed, then when you continue that game, you'll start back at Earth again when you last hand in any mission. So the longer you stay away from Earth, and the longer you're out there exploring and getting the ship into trouble, like the more fragile that payload of science data and exploration becomes, because at some point, if you don't hand it back in at Earth, then you could lose it all if the ship's destroyed. So it's kind of preferable to go out and come back, and then go out and come back at regular intervals. Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I'm sure there'll be a few 5-year missions out there, but that's where the challenge and the risk and reward comes into it. So the longer you're out there and the further you're exploring, the more risk is associated with that. So people who go out and come back frequently, they're in a better position in terms of not losing stuff, but they're not actually putting themselves at much risk. Kind of, yeah. So basically, each time you leave Earth and come back, that's one mission. So you'll be doing lots of repeated missions. So any ship upgrades you do, any science you discover, all of that is saved in stone and not losable once you've taken it back home to Earth. Yeah, if you take on an alien crew member, then they're essentially part of the crew at that point, and they'll just go wherever you go. Yeah, there we go. Ship names. I'll change the colour of those. I shall also I'll move the names up higher so that they appear above the names of stars. And then colour-wise, just copy that one, I reckon. Why is it white? Should be blue. Are we using a different material, I wonder? Yeah, we're not setting any colour information there, so... Oh, hang on a minute. Are we doing that in the tick, I wonder? Yes, that one's white. That one's blue. And I'm assuming... Yeah, we're setting the colour there, so... Let's skip that for a minute. Oh wait, no, we don't want to skip that, so... Right, yeah, so I added this so that distant labels get dimmer and dimmer the further away from the camera they are, so that so when you're looking at the holo display and there's lots of labels, the labels closer to you are brighter than the ones behind to kind of add a bit of depth to it and make so it's not just a mush of letters. But we need to add a tag to the ship names so that they don't get coloured in that way, because we want them to always be the same colour. So we just need to add a tag on here for static, and that should stop them being turned white. Yeah, that was Dave testing it. That's better. Not quite sure why it's so much brighter than that one though. Right, you can name your ship whatever you want to name it. It doesn't affect anything in the game. Which one's yours, Kaji? Ah, cool. Are you able to fire up the dev build now? Okay. Can you please move your ship somewhere, so one of the nearby stars, and then disengage the FTL drive? Because without me touching this, it should automatically update and move. Ah, okay, perfect. So again, it's set to update every 60 seconds. So 60 seconds after you disengage the FTL, we should see your ship move. Okay, the clock is ticking. Actually, it's not going to move automatically, I just remembered, because it only updates when this updates. So if I just go like that, let's get that in view. So every time I click that, oh, it's moved. Where'd it go? Oh, there you are, you're over there now. Yes, so it definitely updated. Okay, so what we need to do then is we need to update the rendering of the stars on its own without touching the rendering of anything else. So we're not refreshing the whole thing, because refreshing the whole thing is kind of computationally expensive, whereas just refreshing those ships wouldn't be. That was kind of the plan. It's and yeah, no, we won't be adding other breadcrumb trails. That would be an absolute nightmare. Plus we'd have to store a breadcrumb trail for every single ship like that gets registered, and the data overhead for that would be huge, because you're having to store literally every single subsector that you've ever stopped in for every single ship, and you can't stash an array. Well, I suppose you could stash the array on the SQL database, but it would just be like overload. So yeah, so breadcrumb trails are you only. But yeah, it's having visibility of other vessels, like you say, it makes you feel not quite so alone in the galaxy. We will continue to kind of iterate on this and find ways of kind of enhancing like the MMO light aspect of the game. We can't do anything in real time simply because we're ultimately writing and reading from a SQL database, so we can't do real-time updates in that regard. But anything that is an infrequent read and write that isn't too data heavy, we can definitely work with that to kind of add a little bit of teamwork to the game. Actually, one of the things which kind of occurred to me is that as nice as this is, that you can see other vessels in your game, or at least you can see where they are in your game. What if you are a group of players who are always playing together on the same ship? We're not really catering for like character level multiplayer in this regard. It's kind of ship multiplayer. Hang on, Claire's making.
Sorry, I'm trying to do it really quietly.
Just go on, just pull it out, get it over and done with.
There you go, done.
This reminds me of that time that she was trying to eat something on stream really quietly.
This is different. I'm not eating it.
What was it you were doing? It was like a packet of crisps or something,
I
wasn't
think
it?
it was a toffee apple.
Oh, a toffee apple. Oh, that was it, yeah.
Yeah.
You're trying to open a toffee apple on stream. Going... Are you giving him pills?
Yeah.
Okay. This is our new site, Dongo. I shall show you. It's this one. From the client. So if you go to whip.starshipsimulator.co.uk and you go to your the login thing, then there will be a reset password link on there. It should send an email to you that you can click on and reset your password. Okay. So I shall make a very small tweak and make that not quite so high above the start name. And then to complete this, we just need to add it to the orrery map as well. Eventually, we will be able to spawn a proxy for the player ship in the world. So you'll basically see their vessel in the world in front of you out the window, but it will just be something you can just bump into, basically. You won't be able to target it or shoot it or do anything like that. You'll just see it there in space. It won't be moving, it will just be static in space. But again, just to be able to fly up to someone else's ship and look at it, it's almost like an MMO. Yeah, so if we just take all of that, and then we'll stick that in our orrery map. Okay, I'm just thinking whilst staring at that. What we can do, just get rid of all this a minute. So when we do this, we can refresh our holo display mode. Or I suppose more specifically, if we do something like this, so we'll grab a copy of the census data here, work out which mode we're on, and then for each of these we can do our updates. And if we add refresh ships to that in this instance, then it will ignore everything else and just refresh the ships. So obviously oh yeah, render stars. So yeah, so if refresh ships is false, it will do the normal stuff that it does. If it's true, yeah, then we can do our render stars macro, but completely skip everything else it does normally, and then just refresh the position of all the ships. To be honest, that doesn't even need to be on this macro at all, to be honest, but I'll leave it there for a minute. No, I won't. Just making sure there's nothing specific to this macro that I need. Right, so if we collapse this to its own macro, and we call that something, render long range ships. Okay, and then we just remove that from there, pop that there. Then we can just update the location of the ships without having to update the rest of it. And just to make sure that that does actually happen then as well, we can do that. Yeah, that will keep those always refreshed then, so that we don't need to manually kind of update the display to refresh them. What we would need to do though is we would need to store these under separate arrays, because we'd have to go and delete them every 60 seconds to refresh them. Yeah, even if I created them once and just moved them around. Yeah, we're going to need separate storage containers for those. Okay, let's do that then. So let's take our static mesh components, duplicate that into org ships components. Add that all there, and also before we do anything, we need to for each loop why do you keep making wildcards? how am I supposed to set that? There we go. Stupid thing. Definitely an engine bug. Right, so each of those we do an is valid, and if it is valid, then we destroy it. Destroy component. And then we go ahead and do that, but we also need to do the labels as well. So we need same thing again, but this time we need our text labels. Yeah, so that's stored as a separate type. So we'll call that org ship labels. Pop that in there. And again, we need to for each on that. And yet again, it's not giving me the actual type. So I have to force the type by promoting that to a variable and linking it backwards, and now I have my type. No idea why it's doing that, but we'll do the same thing on here. So if it's valid, destroy it. So that just resets the display, and then finally we add them back again in their new location. Nice and simple. So this means we can refresh this over and over and over, and it will treat the rendering of the org ships separately from rendering the stars. So this is all completely self-contained. And yeah, and just make sure that we have in fact gotten rid from here. Yeah, so we don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. And all that can remain untouched. Okay, good. Okay, and then the only other thing we need to do is we have a reset function. Where is it? Okay, reset sensors. So if we're doing a full clear, then we go through and dump all the references to everything. So we just need to make sure we add those ones that we did to the list. Just to make sure that they do indeed get reset every time. Oh yeah, it would help if I cleared the array each time as well. Otherwise we'll end up with it redrawing the same labels over and over, which we don't want to do. So we get rid of all the components and then we clear the array. And we'll need to do this on our macro as well. Just means we're starting from a clean slate each time. So temporarily, while we're testing this, because we just want it to refresh ships, if I set the timer to, let's say, 5 seconds, so I'll reset every 5 instead of every minute, and then we shall see if we can have it automatically move ships about. Oh, I'm missing a Babylon 5 talk. Yes, I agree, Delta. Jakar and Londo, the best pairing of any two sci-fi characters, I think, ever, in anything I can think of. And their combined character arcs are just phenomenal. Ooh, I need to add these to the name FaceTimer, actually. Should make sure that those labels properly rotate to the camera. So we'll probably see them flicker ever so slightly once every 5 seconds. Or, maybe a bit more than that. Weird. Why is the text doing that? It's definitely not happy, is it? Yeah, that wouldn't get annoying. I think something might be fighting the rotation. I mean, it shouldn't be. just see how often this is actually running. Oh, hang on a minute. No, unless... Unless that's being run more often than it should. Hang on, let's just check. Org ships updated. So that should only come up once every 5 seconds. There we go. So that's why they're flickering, because that shouldn't be coming up like that, which means we have got something else happening there. So refresh ships is, oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. It's because we're forcing it to do this like every time it updates the whole thing, which we don't want it to do. We actually only want it to do it the once. Because the whole thing is constantly like working out where it should be. Better. Kaji, do you fancy moving your ship again? Yeah, if you just kind of pick a star nearby and stop, then we should see your ship move without having to touch anything. So you're seeing that every 5 seconds there's a brief flicker whilst it moves and rebuilds the ships. It's true. Could do. I mean, it won't be updating every 5 seconds normally. I've just got it on that so that we can see it move. Oh, there you go. You moved. Hurrah! Great. So ships will now move on their own, which is awesome. Okay, so we're just coming up to midnight, so one last thing I will do we want to make sure that we are only requesting ships that are in your organization prefix only. So right now it's hard set to UNSF. So if we get game state, do I already have game state referenced? No. Get game state. Oh, I do. That's easier. Get, what did I call it? I can never remember what I call things. I think I call it ship data. Oh, ship custom. No. Oh, maybe it was actually. Break that. Yeah, there we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, so grab the org prefix from there. So now it will legitimately only show ships that are matching your organization prefix specifically. I'll set that back to a minute so that it's not spammed. This will only work for ships that are registered, at least I think. No, this probably would bypass that actually. I'll add an option to the preferences for this sort of thing, so so that all of the online data stuff needs to be optional. So if you don't want any like online stuff showing in your game, we just need to make it as simple as just ticking it off in the settings, and then you'll never see it in your game. So so we'd add a boolean on here, which would be something along the lines of, you know, if show online content is true, then it will do the timer and start fetching stuff. Otherwise, false will remain unplugged and it will do nothing. So we'll make sure we add that to the settings at some point. Certainly before this goes live to the public. Okay, so I'll need to do the same refresh for the GPS and the orrery map. But yeah, that aside, I think we are good. There was one other thing I was going to do, and I can't remember what typically. Oh yeah, that was it. So, okay, so before I put this build live, especially as we now have the ability to view things in an organization, I will update this so that it's actually properly reading and writing from the online stored ship. So so if there's a valid ship ID, which could only have come from the website, I'll make sure that if you change this here, it pushes it to the website immediately. So you'll be able to sort of dip in and out of an organization if you want to see ships from that organization. So yeah, I'll do that in a minute off stream after I've had a cup of tea. Yeah, so my HMS Testy McTestface is obviously not seeing the other ships, although why? Oh, haha. It's showing myself. That's something I need to fix actually. So I need to make sure that it doesn't return yourself. So it's showing my ship. So the funny thing about that is that obvious't my customization's not picking up properly from the save file, but it's also putting my ship on there, which has now disappeared. Why did it disappear? Where did it go? Weird. Yeah, one of many, I assure you. Okay, so yeah, oh, it's back. I'm back. There I am. Yeah, so I'll fix that. I'll fix the updates, and I'll put this out, and then we can start populating this here, and we can start seeing who's exploring what and where. Yeah, I'll have a look at that, Delta. It's more complicated than it might sound at face value. I need to implement a has target boolean, so it's targeting nothing as opposed to something specific. So I just need to make sure that's flagged as false until you actually go and target something. But yeah, there's a few knock-on effects of doing that, so I'll look at it closely before jumping in on it. And on that happy note, I shall wish you all a happy week ahead. And I shall see you all on Wednesday for the next stream. And yeah, keep your eyes open for a build at some point later tonight. Right, have a good one, everyone, and bye for now.